How's it going, everyone? Welcome back. It's finally time. It is finally time to play some Silent Hill at last. Let me see here. Who do I have to thank here before we get started? I think we got a few resubs coming in. Texas with the 62 months. Thank you very much. Klashnikor with the 33 months. Thank you. Firelord with the 62 months. Thank you. Laguna with the 46. Last Angel with the 5 months. Raplakia with the 2 years. Thank you. The Spy Who Shagged Shagahod. Thank you for the 14 and the 3 in a row. The Sauce with the 30 months. Hexagon with the 61 months as well, just now. TJ coming in with the 15 months as well. Thank you. Cheers, everyone. Good to have you all here. So yeah, I'll be doing a lot of Silent Hill now that we've reached the end of the month. My plan is to do Silent Hill 2 on Halloween night, like I usually do. Um, and tonight we're doing Silent Hill 1. I might not get to finish Silent Hill 1 tonight. We'll see how it goes. We'll just take it easy and I'll probably go for like 7 or 8 hours. Um, Although, well, it's late enough here now. It's like 7:30. Maybe I'll just go for like 6 or 7. We'll see. Um, but yeah, we might have to come back and finish off Silent Hill 1 tomorrow. Um, and yeah, I'll probably do 3 and 4 before Silent Hill 2 on the 31st. Or maybe I might leave one of them I might leave one of them for like the very beginning of next month. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Let's see. I'm gonna be playing the NTSC version for a change. Usually I play the PAL version on my PS3, but today I'm gonna be playing the NTSC version on the DuckStation emulator. Unfortunately, I don't have any completed file or anything, so I don't think we'll be able to use the cool um, over-the-shoulder option to look at things up close. But that's okay. Let me see who's here. Hey, what's up, Eternal, Bloody Crow, all the usuals. Wexford, good to see you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. Let's play some Silent Hill. One sec. Oh, I just came. Now, time for this glorious opening cinematic. Sweet. So good, man. Beautiful. The first of many great themes from the legendary Akira Yamaoka. What's really unique about this Silent Hill intro as well compared to the rest is, of course, that we get little snippets of backstory, which actually can help you understand the main story of the game. You know, the story in this is a puzzle that you have to assemble, and a lot of the key pieces of information are optional things that are easy to miss, and things that you need to get if you want to get the best endings in the game. But yeah, like it's kind of serves as as your typical opening cinematic trailer from games of this era, but it's not something that should be skipped. You know, it's like with a lot of these classic games, you'll often say to someone, "Oh, don't just skip the intro because it's just filled with spoilers." That's not really the case with this Silent Hill intro. You know, it ends there with Harry crashing his car, and the game begins uh, with the aftermath of that crash. So it's genuinely the prologue of the story that you should be watching. Um, you do see some little spoiler clips mixed in there, but not all of them are like clips from cutscenes that we'll be seeing later on in the game. Most of them aren't actually. Um, so yeah, it's kind of interesting the way they handle this intro. It's quite different to the rest of the series. You know, the rest of the series does have these trailer cinematic intros, but they're not really handled in the same way with how they kind of provide the prologue to the story and and everything like that. They mainly are like spoiler cinematics in the later games. Pretty cool how they handle it with this one. Man, I remember I was scared shitless watching that as a kid. I was like 8 or 9 years old. There are a few images that really just burned into my brain. The one shot of Dahlia running through the church when she looks back and she has that shocked expression on her face, but you never get to see what she's looking at. I always thought that was really creepy. Like, what is Dahlia? I still don't know what's going on in that scene. What is Dahlia seeing in that moment? It's kind of mysterious. And then the last couple of shots of the Gillespie house, just that one shot of the house looking all ominous, and then after that you get that scene of Cheryl like crying out in agony. It's like, oh god, I don't know what I'm in for with this game. It was funny. I was actually talking to my parents about it when we were on holidays in Venice last week. My mother was talking about the discussion she had with my stepdad over whether they should buy this game for me or not. And my stepdad was like, "Oh yeah, he didn't really care. He'd let me play anything." But this was the one game my mother didn't want me to play. Like she was looking at the cover of it in the store, and she's like, I don't know about this. This looks a bit dark. This looks a bit much for our 8 or 9 year old." And they didn't get it. They decided that they weren't going to get it for me. But then I hatched a plan. I was going to buy the game for my stepdad because he also played games. So that's what we did. I'm not sure if it was in the same year. I think it was in the same year. It was when the game was brand new. So yeah, I came up with the plan. Hey, how about I get Silent Hill for my stepdad for his birthday? And then, of course, once he was finished with the game, I got to play it. They let me play it. They came around in the end. But yeah, I mean, few things scared me more than the original Silent Hill. Playing that at a young age, I experienced a lot of like stuff at a young age that I probably shouldn't have. Like in terms of horror, like I remember there were a few things that really just hardened me to the genre at a young age, and then nothing was ever really able to scare me after that point. Like I watched Hitchcock's Psycho when I was like 9 or 10. Scared this absolute shit out of me. That scene with Mrs. Bates in the chair at the end when Norman comes in dressed as his mother afterwards, holding the butcher knife. Man, that was rough. Texas Chainsaw Massacre as well. I think I saw that when I was like 8, 9, something like that. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Psycho, and Silent Hill 1. Those were the three those were the three big ones that really hardened me to horror at a young age. And they're probably the three things that are responsible for my love of the genre as well. You know, I don't regret watching them. You know, those are great memories. They're not like traumatic, scarring memories. Maybe they are in some way, but like not in a bad way. Traumatic in a good way. You know, I look back with fondness on those times. Good trauma, yeah. I never saw The Thing, unfortunately, as a kid. I didn't see that until I was much older. But yeah, you know, I'm kind of glad I experienced them at a young age, because they can really have power when you're young, when you haven't been exposed to the true horrors of the world. Let's do it. Easy, normal, or hard? I guess I'll play on hard. Yeah, fuck it. Man, these gorgeous FMVs by Takayoshi Sato. The best I've ever seen, particularly in Silent Hill 2. Cheryl, where could you be? It's strange. It's quiet. Too quiet. This place is like a ghost town. Cheryl? Here we go. This is the fan-made reimagining of Shattered Memories. Yes. Of the subtle sounds that we start off with. Let me see. How do I play this game again? L1, R1. Yeah, we got the quick turn. I think this might have been the first survival horror to utilize a quick turn. I think this came out a little before RE2. Maybe RE2 was the first? I think this might have been the first. Shin Lane with the 18 months. Thank you. Not really into horror at all, except when Dog is streaming. Hey, thank you. Doubloon with the 62 months as well. Oh, did RE2 not have a quick turn? It didn't get one until RE3. Ah, okay. I'm not as well versed in classic RE. Do I need to thank anyone else? No Mercy Vanilla with the 3 gifted subs. Thank you. Fishman's got one. Nice. Good to see you, Fishman's. Drunk Pack, Tilda Live, Shin Lane, Doubloon, Mill, Hexagon Sun, everyone, thank you. Silent Hill 1 was considered a financial success for its time. Yeah. It never they never reached the heights of Resident Evil. You know, the series was never got as popular as Resident Evil. I think as the series went on, they sold less and less. I think Silent Hill 3 was like a notorious underperformer. Like initially it just sold like 300,000 copies or something like that. I know Masahiro Ito has said on Twitter before, you know, he spoke about, you know, everyone talks about the series now, but the games didn't really sell all that well back in the day. And he says people talk about Silent Hill 2 all the time in the West, but in Japan, you know, it's not really that big of a thing. I think Silent Hill 2 underperformed for Konami as well. I think they expected it to do a lot better than it did. And then Silent Hill 3 sold like way less. You know, because like that's when Konami started the series. That's what they wanted. You know, they wanted a horror series to rival Capcom. And they did a great job to begin with, but it seems like as the series went on, yeah, it didn't live up to their sales expectations. My car, too banged up to drive. Where's Cheryl? Hope she's safe. So yeah, if we come back here, nice little detail, we actually get to see his crashed car. I think if we come back here later on, we'll actually get something from the car. I wonder, is the description the same when we come back here later as well? The street's blocked. Can't get out of town through here. Okay, let's go where we're supposed to go. Hey, what's up, lad? Was the Silent Hill intro on MGS2 making of disc Silent Hill 2? It might have been. Both Silent Hill 2 and MGS2 had making ofs. I wouldn't be surprised if they were advertising each other's games and stuff. You know, they're both Konami projects. Bachman Road. Stephen King reference. MGS2 and Silent Hill 2 have the same commentator for the making of. Yeah, it was made by the same company. Footsteps.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl?
Love how the music kicks in here.
Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
Snake in Silent Hill, every time he comes up to a dead end, destroyed bridge. Damn! There's the siren coming in. What the? What is it? Love the sludgy sound. Can we look at the wall? It's like an intestine strewn over here. Great camera angles here. That's strange. It's getting darker. Better than nothing, I guess. I love how this lighter looks here. It's the only time in the game we ever used this lighter as a light source. The raindrops there look great. A broken wheelchair. What's this doing here? What's this? Whoa, those swooping cameras.
What is this? What's going on here?
What? What's this doing here? Oh God. Get off me!
Was I dreaming?
How do you feel?
Oh, like I've been run over by a truck. But I'm all right, I guess.
Glad to hear it. You from around here? Why don't you tell me what happened?
Wait a second, I'm just a tourist. I came here for a vacation. I just got here. I don't know what happened. I'd like to find out myself.
Uh-huh.
Have you seen a little girl? Just turned 7 last month, short, black hair. My daughter.
Sorry. The only person I've seen in this town is you.
Where is everybody?
I'd tell you if I knew, believe me. But from what I can tell, something bizarre's going on. That's all I know. What's your name?
Harry. Harry Mason.
Sybil Bennett. I'm a police officer from Brams, the next town over. The phones are all dead, and the radio too. I'm going back to call in some reinforcements. Hold it. Where do you think you're going?
My daughter. I've got to find her.
No way. It's dangerous out there.
In that case, I need to find her now. Cheryl's my little girl. I can't just leave her out there by herself.
Have you got a gun?
No.
Take this, and hope you don't have to use it. Now listen to me. Before you pull the trigger, know who you're shooting. And don't do it unless you have to. And don't go blasting me by mistake. Got it?
Yeah, thanks.
You do best to stay nearby. I'll be back with help as quick as I can.
What a vibe, man. I really love that scene. Just the music, the stilted dialogue. Such a great mood. So good. I was reading an interview with Harry's voice actor. You know, because there's a lot of talk about the voice acting in this game and how intentional was it. Like I think a lot of people really like it, but they wonder if it was like a happy accident of like due to archaic recording methods and voice actors that were maybe a bit more amateurish. But the guy who played Harry said that he was told specifically to pause before and after each line unnaturally. And he commented on how difficult it was because he was still told to like offer an authentic naturalistic performance just with that added effect of making sure to pause before and after. However, he was also told apparently that it wouldn't come across like that in the final product. Um Again, he was recalling conversations that he had 20 years or so ago. So maybe he wasn't exact with his memory. But yeah, interesting. He was told to leave these pauses, and by the sounds of it, if you listen to Sybil there as well, it sounds like she was asked to do the same thing too. Um, but yeah, apparently in the interview he did also say though that he was told that it wouldn't sound that way in the final product, but obviously it does. You do have these long pauses, but um, it works really well. And when you know about like Toyama's influences and especially the David Lynch influence on the games, you really have to think that it may have been quite intentional. Let's pick up the health drink here. But yeah, whatever the intent was, it certainly works well, especially in that scene. There are some cutscenes later on that don't play as well as that one, especially when you have like just characters face to face and they're not like, and there's no emotive body language or anything. Some of those scenes can feel like a little bit flat, but I always love how that cafe scene feels. Just that strange back and forth between Sybil, and the music just complements it perfectly because the music is like the rhythm of the beat is off kilter and kind of syncopated. It's an awkward rhythm with weird distorted warbling synth sounds and everything. It's really meshes nicely. There's a residential area map. Let's pick it up. All the street names are inspired by authors, creators that influenced the team. And then once we pick that up, we get this camera cut. And what was that outside the window? Another thing to consider as well, when Keiichiro Toyama went on to direct the Siren series after Silent Hill, he specifically sought out amateur voice actors. So they were definitely going for some kind of unique feel that felt alien to what you'd be used to. Oh dearie me, probably not the voice actors we hear in our English version of Siren. Although maybe he was hands-on with the choice of the English cast as well. But I was thinking more in that was probably more in relation to the Japanese cast, because the Siren games did have Japanese voice actors as well. Someday someone may experience these bizarre events. Hopefully they will find my notes useful. So this is our save point in Silent Hill 1. The really cool thing about this is that in Silent Hill 3, you get to read what Harry was writing in his save notes. Such a cool touch in Silent Hill 3. Another thing to consider here as well is that Harry is a writer. We don't really learn much about his past as a writer or anything, but yeah, if you read the manual for the game, you'll learn that is his profession. He's a writer. Someday someone may experience these bizarre events. Hopefully they will find my notes useful. Yeah, and in Silent Hill 3, we play as Harry's daughter, and she gets thrust into the horrors of Silent Hill. And towards the end of the game, you get to find Harry's notes and read what he was saying about all of this. Because when we play through this game, we don't get to hear what Harry's actually thinking about a lot of what he's seeing. But yeah, in Silent Hill 3, you get to see what he was thinking as he was going through this experience. I did save there. Yeah, cool. Pinball machine. Nothing unusual. I wish I had a completed file so we could look in first person. That's not exactly first person. It's like right over the shoulder, but yeah, if you complete a file and go into NG+, you can really inspect the environments up close. This poster here. Study, damn it! Apparently this is another Stephen King reference as well. This was something that Stephen King made for like the college he was attending, posters that he put up in college or something like that. If you look closely at the image here, it's Charles Manson. That's who's being depicted here. It's kind of hard to see. Well, that's who it is. And over here on the walls, I think we have Portishead posters. Yeah. Big influence on Yamaoka. Definitely check out Portishead if you want to hear some stuff that's similar to what Yamaoka has made, especially his collaborations with Mary Elizabeth McGlynn. The vocal tracks that he's done feels very much inspired by them. Health drink. Kitchen knife. And what is this? Radio. Is it broken? Can't hear anything. Silence.
What's that? Huh. Radio. What's going on with that radio?
Sick. Ah, Jesus. I open up your menu. You know, during this scene, I always just shoot the bird immediately. What happens if we don't? When we run back here? Jesus, he's taking a lot of shots.
This is not a dream. What's happening to this place?
Cool. If we come back here, we get to see the glass shattered all over the couch. Ah, let's grab that radio. It's really good for making first-timers panic, this little sequence, because I don't think most people equip the gun straight away. This thing just smashes through the window, and your first instinct is to try and attack, but you don't even have your weapon equipped. Portable radio that emits static when monsters are near. Alright, let's step outside. Where could Cheryl have gone? I guess I'll check that alley again. So back to the alleyway that we visited in our dream. Let's take a look down here first. Queen Burger. Don't mind me. Just gonna grab that health drink real quick. It's always great coming back to Silent Hill at least once a year. Sometimes twice, although that's rare these days. Don't think I've played these since last October. Here's the Metropole. Someone was asking about this earlier. This is a reference to, what's his name? Lamberto Bava's horror movie. Demons. Demons is the name of it, and this is the theater in that movie. Metropole. Ooh, what's this? El Encanto? El Enchanto? Oh, it's not Charles Manson. Are you sure? I always thought it was Charles Manson. I'm glad I got half of it right. He's really looking like Charles Manson in that poster. Are you sure? I could have sworn it was Charles Manson. Let's see where I am on this map. I want to go back up to the crashed car. This game has loads of references, like film references, band references. It's something that you don't really see in the later games. You know, where stores and you'll see lots of posters and buildings that are referencing movies and like random brands and logos. Oh, I get the Key of Lion here? Sure, I'll take it. Damn, I don't think I've ever picked up a key before going to the alleys to check for Cheryl. Am I accepting 7TV emote recommendations? Yeah, put them in Discord. No, right, I went all the way over there. Get away from me. Eight. Convenience store 8. 7-Eleven knockoff. Yeah, I'm playing on Duck Station now. But unfortunately, I'm not playing on a completed file, so we can't inspect the environments up close. On NG Plus, you can essentially look in first person, which is a really cool feature. I wish they added it to Silent Hill 2. Shame you can't do that in Silent Hill 2. Got lots of goodies here. Nice. I haven't played Shadow of Memories, no. But yeah, you can see like Pepsi logos later on in the game. Die Hard movie advertisements playing in the cinema. Hey, here it is. My car, too banged up to drive. Where's Cheryl? Hope she's safe. Nice, we get a health drink. Anything hanging around here? Don't think so. Give him the zigzag, the old classic. Hey, where am I now? Hey dog, there's a mod coming out for MGS2 that makes the camera just like MGS3 Subsistence. Am I planning to check it out after release? I might, yeah. Be weird playing MGS2 with that camera. Hopefully we get some other cool mods. Seems like there's been a lot of, they've been making a lot of breakthroughs modding MGS2 now. Be cool if we could get some challenge runs and stuff. Be cool if we could like alter guard placements and patterns for story runs, randomizers and shit, yeah. Randomizer would be really cool. So you couldn't predict where the guards were going to be. Okay, we're back. Back to the scene of the crime here, except we can only go so far. To school.
Isn't this Cheryl's sketchbook? She's at the school.
sketchbook cover. This picture. It's me. The pause there. Like, Harry isn't too pleased with this picture. You get to see Heather comment on this in Silent Hill 3 as well. Truly awful work, I think she says. The first picture that Cheryl drew in the sketchbook that I gave on her 5th birthday. That's Harry, alright. Okay, we get a steel pipe. So now we have our next objective. Find a way to get to the school. If we go over here and try and go down by Midwich Street, we just find dead ends. Any street you try and take, you'll find a dead end. We have to take an alternate path. Let's go back through here first. Go. Jesus, a lot of enemies on hard. I don't think they have this many here on normal. But we can just sprint past them. Let's go down by 11th Street. Let's do your quick 180 there, Harry. Fish and fries. Pharmacy, bookstore. What do we have here? Probably a doghouse. Though I'm not sure since there's no dog around. Wow, Harry. Now that is abusive. You just obliterated, you just destroyed this dog's whole career. Nothing in particular around. Ah, that's a classic. We do actually have to find something inside the doghouse. But Harry doesn't know that until he goes down here. Doghouse, 11th Street. I guess these other pieces of paper are just blank. So another dead end here. Not getting to Midwich that way. House key was hidden in the doghouse. Take it. Classic. Love the camera angle. Being watched. Interesting looking picture on the wall. Keys for Eclipse. Something is written on the map hanging on the wall. Copied it onto the map. So now we know where to go. I already went to that area on the top right with the arrow. That's where we got our first key. There are 2 more keys to find. One down that alleyway with the streak of blood beside Queen Burger. And then one around that circle at the very bottom right. There are 2 locks. Okay, let's go back and get those last 2 keys. How many hours into the game am I? Very, very early. We're just beginning. Game starts off very slow as you're just left to wander around the town. Left to get lost in the town and figure out where you're supposed to go. How you get to the school. Let's see, where am I? Yeah, we're just gonna head straight to the end here. Take a right turn on Elroy Street. What is this? Horned Moon Dance. Interesting name for an establishment. Can I look at the menu? Ah, wish I had the first person now so I could maybe see what's written on it. Fresh roasted coffee. Do you have to do every riddle to get the good plus ending? I wouldn't really say riddle. No, you have to do a lot of optional things. Which for the most part don't revolve around solving riddles. But yeah, like you have to find some stuff and solve a couple of puzzles. There's a key of Scarecrow. Pick that up. And now we will go back to the alleyway to get our final key. That's okay, Core. No worries. No parking. Do not block area. B-Fox with the 11 months. Thank you. Did I go past it? No, here, this is it, I think. Yeah. Harry's fucked. What do we have here? Lovely. A dog's head. Someone was playing basketball with the dog's head. There is a key of Woodman. So a bit of a theme with these keys, Wizard of Oz references. Which is a kind of a common theme we'll see throughout the game. Lots of childlike references, fairy tales. Okay, now we have all the keys. Let's go back to 11th Street. Hold up. Where am I? Hey, Coney Jesus with the 15 months. Thank you. Okay, there we go. Did I miss anything else here? Nice. Another health drink. Beautiful. Harry's flying through the street. Flying through the town. Okay, we have our 3 keys for the eclipse. Let's heal up. Picked up quite a few health items on our travels. It's getting dark again. What's going on? Kind of interesting, the whole idea of an eclipse. Later on, when we get to Midwich Elementary, we'll get those crests of the sun and the moon, the overlapping of the sun and the moon. It's a big thing in alchemy as well. Lots of alchemical symbolism in this game. Kind of makes me wonder about the 2 sides of Alessa, if it's supposed to relate to that. That's what happens when we arrive in town. Alessa reunites with her other self, fuses together as one. Most of what we see in the town comes from her mind in some way. Spooky. Okay, let's head for Midwich. Now we can get there. Now that we've passed through here, we can finally get to Midwich Street. Ha! Usually I don't come all the way up here. This isn't where we have to go. I just want to take a look around here. Where am I? Oh wow, they let me come all the way up here. Reward me, game. Yes! Give me some health drinks. Beautiful. And some ammo. Another destroyed road here. Anything else? of all the chunks on the ground. The demon is awakening, spreading those wings. Dahlia Gillespie. Hey, what's up, Dave? Should have known your crazy ass would have shown up again, Dahlia. How's my health looking? Let's heal up. Do we keep this note for the whole game? To school is written in Cheryl's handwriting. Hey, what's up, Q? How's it going? Yeah, I think we're getting close to the school. We're not going to go straight in, though. Yeah, there's the entrance. We're going to keep going forward, because we can actually enter this school bus. I've always loved how this screen looks in the bus. I think it's the sound that plays here as well. It just looks really nice. Detail, the cracked glass, the faint snow that you can see outside. The little shards of glass all over the ground. Spooky looking. Ooh, nice. 2 more health drinks. You really get rewarded if you go out of your way to try and find optional areas to explore. I had no idea this was a thing when I first played at the bus here. Ha! Classic. The silence. They do something very similar in Silent Hill 2 when you get to your first major location as well. When you get to the apartments. Yeah, they always utilize silence really well like this. Oftentimes when you come to a new location or just some area that's completely quiet. And here we get our map. Easy enough to miss, actually. Moore, Ronaldo, Gordon. These must be the list of teachers. Or this must be the list of teachers. This is a Sonic Youth reference as well, isn't it? Band members from Sonic Youth. We don't hear too much more about Moore or Ronaldo, but Gordon has particular significance within the story. Alessa's school teacher. So he comes back again and again, and in Silent Hill 3 as well. It's written in blood. 10 o'clock, Alchemy Laboratory. Gold in an old man's palm, the future hidden in his fist. Exchange for Sage's water. Five o'clock, darkness that brings the choking heat. Flames render the silence, awakening the hungry beast. Open time's door to beckon prey. And again, it's written in blood. 12 o'clock. A place with songs and sound. A silver guidepost is untapped in lost tongues, awakening at the ordained order. So here is our first major puzzle. We have to do this in a specific order. We have one at 10 o'clock, one at 5 o'clock. One at 12 o'clock. Let's take a look around first before we do anything else. Yeah, I got stuck on the piano as a kid. I think I had to get my stepdad to help me solve it. Because as I was saying before, he finished the game before I did. I think he solved that one for me. A picture of a door. I don't know who drew it, but it is certainly in bad taste. Harry destroying Team Silent here. Quite interesting. Almost out of place, you would say. Almost looks a bit too real as well. Handgun bullets. Hey, what's up, Raw Band? So let's take a look out here. If we take a look over here, what do we have? The tower door is locked. The hands are stopped at 10 o'clock. So there's a crucial bit of information for us. And over here, what do we have? A golden sun. Ah! Yeah, I'm not used to seeing this version of the enemy. Much better than in the PAL version. In Europe and Japan, they had to censor this enemy because it looked too much like a child. But in the US, you got the more childlike version of it. Which it should be. It's a shame they had to tone it down for the other versions of the game, because these enemies are supposed to represent children. I mean, the other ones, they can still kind of come across as children. They're still very small, but yeah, they don't look as human as these creatures. I think actually I think even this version is a toned down version of what they originally wanted. Originally, it was going to look even more childlike than this current creature. I think, anyway. You should be able to find that online. A silver moon. So, it says 10 o'clock on the clock there. Here, one of these says 10 o'clock. So, right now it's 10. So, we have to solve this one. We have to figure out this one. Alchemy Laboratory. Gold in an old man's palm. The future hidden in his fist. Exchange for sage's water. So, this one is fairly straightforward. If we look at our map, we can see that up there on the second floor, we have a lab equipment room and a chemistry lab. You would think that might relate to what we're seeing here. The Alchemy Laboratory. Alchemy being a sort of archaic form of chemistry. Don't think we can open any of these other ones. Ooh, save room here, I think. Hey, nice. That'll... It says 911 there. I thought it looked like a license plate for a second. I think when I played the Silent Hill demo, it had these monsters. Yeah, I definitely remember encountering these monsters as a kid, so I think they must have been a part of the demo. I remember playing that demo, and the demo scaring the shit out of me as well. Ah! Fuck off! Get off me! I forgot that it's a good idea to go in there with your light turned off. The monsters are attracted to the light. Huh, is it not going to squeak? Maybe this one doesn't squeak. Yeah, originally you were going to be able to kill these child ghosts. But that was another thing that they toned down. You were going to be able to kill them even though they didn't do anything. Even though they didn't scratch you. Although, at the very end of the game, they pull a nasty twist on this enemy type and they do attack you. And they're incredibly lethal. They grab you in the same way the other childlike monsters grab you. But they deal insane damage once we get to the very end. Huh, I thought they always squeaked, though. This guy isn't squeaking. Jesus Christ. Damn, it took you a while to start squeaking. Oh, he disappeared. I don't think I always come in to say hello to this guy. Oftentimes, I think I actually skip this room. Oh! Yeah, I don't want to fight these guys. I'm just going to bypass them if I can. Why the squeak? I don't know. Let me see. Where am I on the map? So we're next to the lab equipment room. Let's search some of these other rooms first before we go over there. Kick the child. Those nasty knives that they carry. And as many people know, the school in this was modeled on the school that you see in Kindergarten Cop, no less. There's some images that you can find online of, like, exact replicas of things from the school in that film. They copied certain things to a T. Hey, nah, I'm good here as well. That's cool. So here we're in the music room. If you remember earlier, one of the notes we read relating to this puzzle we're doing related to music. And we do have to come back here to solve that puzzle. But if we come here now, we can't even access the piano. It's kind of a cool little touch here. It won't open. Odd. Doesn't look locked, though. Mysterious. Yeah, this piano won't open until we complete the first part of the puzzle that we're doing with the alchemy laboratory. The riddle is here, though, written on the wall. But we'll take a look at that later. Oh, wow. Nice going, Harry. Warning. Don't forget to take all of your possessions after using the lockers. Normal elementary school bulletin board. Nothing in particular here. Just a cat. What I want to know is, how did the cat open that door? Maybe Harry left it open a crack by mistake. The cat model looked pretty nice as well. You only see it for like a second. Nothing inside. So kind of an interesting little area here. We come in and we don't really get anything for our troubles. No items, nothing. What was it all for? Well, maybe something will happen later. Hey, cheers, big boss. I'm gonna turn around, I think. Yeah, I guess cats can be pretty clever like that. Oof. I love his kick. There's a chemical. The label reads, concentrated hydrochloric acid, found in the lab equipment room. I really like the sound Harry makes when he gets stabbed. Cracks me up. I really like Harry's clumsiness. Or he just kind of has like a vague sense of clumsiness about him. You know, his original name was going to be Humbert. His name was going to be Humbert, yeah. After the protagonist of Lolita. Yeah. But apparently they decided against it because it wasn't a very like well-known name or common name. They wanted to use something a bit more well-known. But I feel like Humbert would have suited his clumsiness and the way his animations look. Good old Humbert. Can't really go wrong with Harry, though, either. Hey, what's up, Aranesis? Statue of an old man's hand. The fist shut tight, as if never to let go. So, of course, we can just pour our chemical on top of this hand. And we get our gold medallion. Representing the sun. Just the melted remains of a statue of a hand. Nothing to worry about. No big deal. Let's take a look at it. Gold medallion. A picture of a clock tower is engraved on the surface, found in the chemistry lab. So now we're going to have to go down and insert this in the clock. Keep the light turned off to keep those monsters away. Better chance at evading them. Let's try our best here. Nice, nice. Nicely done. Ah! Jesus! Man, it makes such a huge difference, though. You see that he was like right beside my leg, and he still didn't target me. They're going to be drawn straight to me now, though. Okay, let's stick this sun in the slot. The tower door is locked. And now it's changed. The hands are stopped at 12. And now if we take a look at our message again, it becomes pretty clear where we have to go next. Not this one. $12, a place with songs and sound. A silver guidepost is untapped in lost tongues, awakening at the ordained order. This whole thing about awakening at the ordained order, I think this is probably a hint that this needs to be done after you do the previous part of the puzzle. You know, you can't just go and get the... You can't get the golden sun and then come over and get this one and then place both of them in at once. It has to be done at this specific time, obviously. Okay, back to the music room. Oh, nice one, Junglist. I was inspired by your Siren playthrough to play this yesterday. Your first playthrough, Junglist? I'm just gonna run for it. Ah! We cool? Oh, the evasion. Okay, back to the music room. And now, when we come back, magic. The piano has opened. There's some blood on some of the keys. Does this mean anything? Okay, so what's the deal? Some of them work, some of them don't work. Let's see what's written on the board. It's written in blood. A tale of birds without a voice. So this is the key line in understanding what you have to do here. A tale of birds without a voice. The keys on the piano are the birds. And the puzzle revolves around the birds that don't have a voice. So the broken keys that don't make the proper sound. The birds that don't make it, that don't play a note. The birds that just play that weird sound. First flew the greedy pelican, eager for the reward, white wings flailing. Then came a silent dove, flying beyond the pelican as far as he could. A raven flies in, flying higher than the dove, just to show that he can. A swan glides in to find a peaceful spot next to another bird. Finally, out comes a crow, coming quickly to a stop, yawning and then napping. Who will show the way? Who will be the key? Who will lead to the silver reward? So, the other part that you need to figure out is the fact that we have white keys and black keys on the piano, which mirrors the birds. Again, white birds and black birds. The first bird being the greedy pelican, eager for the reward, white wings flailing. So our first key is going to be white, and it's going to be a key that doesn't make a sound. All of the ones we have to press are ones that don't play a note. Then came a silent dove flying beyond the pelican as far as he could. So the second key we have to press is also going to be white, but it's not going to be beside the pelican. It's going to be on the other end of the piano, as far away from the first key as possible. And because the pelican is eager for the reward, I guess that is to imply that the pelican is not, he's going to be landing early. He's not going to be flying far. A raven flies in, flying higher than the dove, just to show that he can. So our third key is going to be a black key, above the dove. Doesn't seem like it's going to be far away from the dove, but right above the dove. A swan glides in to find a peaceful spot next to another bird. So maybe beside the pelican, maybe beside the dove or the raven. He's not going to be on his own. He's going to be beside someone, but we don't know which. Finally, out comes a crow, coming quickly to a stop, yawning and then napping. So again, it looks like the crow is going to be on the far left side. He's coming to a stop quickly. He's not going to be flying to the other end. Who will show the key? Who will show the way? Who will be the key? Who will lead to the silver reward? So let's just think about this again. We have a pelican who's coming in early, coming in at the beginning. Then we have a dove flying to the opposite end of the pelican. A raven above the pelican. And then a swan who's either going to be near the dove or the pelican. And then a crow on the far left somewhere, if we're thinking about this from left to right. Left being when the bird stops early, and the right hand side being when they fly off to the distance. Wasn't it a raven above the pelican? The raven, I think, is near the pelican. Yeah, we'll see. So first we have the pelican. That's not the pelican. It's going to be without a voice, so it's not going to be playing a note. There's our pelican. And then the dove flies in as far away from the pelican as possible. So he's not going to be beside him here. Over here somewhere. There it is. I don't think this is another voiceless bird here. And then above the pelican is the raven. So you would think it's going to be either this one or this one. That sounds like the raven. And then it was another white bird, which was said to be beside one of the other birds. I think it's beside the pelican. I think it's right next to the pelican. Fuck. Okay, let's start again. Let's see if we can find the other bird. It's this one. So here we have two voiceless birds next to one another. But we know that the dove flies as far away from the pelican as possible. So the second bird can't be this one. Because we're told that it flies as far away from Mr. Pelican as possible. He really hates this pelican, so he's getting as far away from him as possible. So that's him. And then the one that sits down next to the bird is this one. Let's try this again. So there's our pelican, there's our dove, there's our raven. I forget what name was given to this other white bird, but we know he's beside this one. And now we have one blackbird left, the one that comes to a stop quickly before yawning and napping. So that's going to either be this one or this one. I think it's this one. Fuck! Okay, we have to start again. Pelican. Dove. Raven. Other white bird. And final blackbird. Yes! That's how you do that. And we get our second medallion. Silver medallion, representing the moon. Yeah, Tale of Birds Without a Voice. First flew the greedy pelican, eager for the reward, white wings flailing. So that's why he was on the far left. Then the silent dove, flying beyond the pelican as far as he could. A raven flies in, flying higher than the dove, flying higher than the dove just to show that he can. It was a swan, that was it. A swan glides in to find a peaceful spot next to another bird. And then finally the crow at the very beginning. I don't know why I didn't go for the first black key, because obviously he comes quickly to a stop. More likely he's going to be the first black key than the second. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I couldn't solve this shit as a kid. I had no idea. Possible without the internet? I don't think so. If you're a stupid kid, maybe. But it's not that bad, you know? You have a piano with keys that don't work. And then you have the title of a riddle, A Tale of Birds Without a Voice. You know, you don't need to be a genius to figure out that the birds relate to white and black keys. And, you know, birds flying beyond other birds as far as they can. You know, it's not too bad. Compared to, like, some of the later riddles in Silent Hill 3, like the hard mode riddles, this is nothing compared to those. But I guess that's not really saying much, because I think few games have riddles that are as crazy as those in Silent Hill 3. But yeah, even some of the hard ones in Silent Hill 2 are probably trickier than that. But yeah, tough to figure out as a kid for sure. You know what I haven't experienced in a long time are the extra puzzles in Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 2 has a secret riddle mode that never appears in the menu. There's easy, normal, hard, and extra. But extra only appears once you've completed all of the other 3 riddle modes on one save file. And even then, it's just a random chance that that extra riddle mode will appear. So I've been meaning to, for the longest time, run through the game on all the riddle difficulties and then create a save file early when I know I have extra riddle mode, so I can switch over during a on-stream playthrough. You know, just play the start of the game normally, and then when I get up to a certain save point, switch saves, just to show off extra riddle mode. I want in on that. Yeah, they're pretty tricky. They're pretty fucking sneaky as well, actually, now that I remember what they do. One of them in particular is really sneaky. I won't give it away though. I won't say what's so sneaky about it, just in case you ever play it. I'm trying to remember if they actually hint towards the shit that they pull with it. They're beautifully written as well. You know, you get completely different riddles with different writing. Yeah, I wonder, does it change the Dave puzzle, the toilet puzzle? I can't remember if it does. Can I go in here? You? Question mark? What does that say, man? Who are you? Fuck you. Kick him. Ha! I really don't need to kill these enemies, but I'm doing it. We've been avoiding a lot of them. We have plenty of ammo to spare, I hope. Hey, what's up, Mei-Ling? God, are you giving me nothing here? Oh, maybe I picked up something there on the table, actually. Neo with the 8 months. Thank you. Nope. Ah! Fuck. So hard to consistently avoid them in these hallways. Shouldn't have turned my light on. Fuck. Okay, here we go. A silver moon. Go in. Go in. The tower door is locked. Oh, yeah. Right, of course. The hands are stopped at 5. Ah! Get off me. Ooh. We were very close to death there. So now we're at 5 o'clock. What does the one at 5 o'clock say? It's written in blood. Darkness that brings the choking heat. Flames render the silence. Awakening the hungry beast. Open time's door to beckon prey. So if we look at the map, what area of the map could we associate with this? The boiler room would be most fitting, I think. How do we get to the boiler room? On the west side of the first floor, we only have stairs going up. But at the bottom right there, we have stairs going down. So we need to get across to that side of the map and go down those stairs. Ah! I should just kill them. So hard to see. Go, 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 go. The music really ramps up outside once you place the medallions in. Turn off the light before we go in here. I could try the door on the opposite side of the hall. I think the game forces me to go up and around and take an awkward path here to get down to that right side. Fuck it, let's try it. And let's shoot the kids. Oh, you bitch! I knew that was risky. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. I just had to check. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. So, yeah, down through the music room hallway, opposite side, down the stairs again, and then we're good. I think I could have opened up a shortcut earlier. Let's reload the area. See if we can stealth past them. Ah! Oh! Wow. Down the stairs. There's a switch. Do you want to press the switch? Such a great sound. Was that the machinery? Or was that some kind of beast? Noisy fucking hell. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, Silent Hill is really not that silent. The valve is tightly shut. Can't move it. Oh yeah, this is kind of a cool detail. When we switch to the otherworld version of the school and come down here, these valves will be rearranged and there'll be a puzzle relating to them. Don't know what it's for. Better leave it alone. Okay, let's go back. So now we have solved every part of that puzzle. So let's see if we can go through the clock tower door at last. A friend in need. Oh! I thought I'd just have enough space to slip through. Yeah, I should have opened up this door earlier. Here we go. This area always creeps me out. So we're underneath the clock tower now. Inside this room underneath the clock tower. Which really feels like some kind of bunker. Especially with these sirens going off. And what are these bottles on the ground? What is this stuff on the ground?
Where am I? Have I been here before? I don't remember this being here before.
These wild sounds here. Let's take a look at our map. So we open up the map and our whole map is clean. None of the areas are marked off like they were before. And we have this big question mark in the courtyard over the symbol. Kind of interesting story-wise as well. You come out here, you see this symbol on the ground, and you automatically think negative thoughts, you know, like, oh god, this isn't good. But the irony is that this symbol is really a force for good in the grand scheme of things. But the presentation of it might make you think otherwise when you have no idea what's going on. Locked. What do you find spookier? Deafening silence in a dark area? Or distant sirens in a dark place? I guess it depends. It's hard to say one or the other. Oh fuck. Go, 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 go. So now we have reached the otherworld school where the whole design of the place has changed. Environments look completely different. Incredible work that they did with these environments on PS1, the level of detail. First aid. A huge fan is rotating. If approached carelessly, I may be sucked in. And if you look here, you can see a body hanging between the two fans here. Remember, I didn't notice this for a long time when I first played this game. And on one of my repeat playthroughs, after looking more closely, I said, hey, what the fuck is that thing? All the posters and stuff on the walls just completely illegible now. Where are we going? Storage. Okay, now we're seeing hospital equipment mixed in. Like the start of the game when we see the wheelchair down that alleyway. More distorted childlike images, dolls being strewn up here. A headless doll is stuck to the wall. It's a rubber ball. A rubber ball and like child's building blocks. In the background there. I don't think he comments on those, does he? A doll is on the floor. Look at that body there behind the mesh as well, behind the grating. I think there's several of them here actually. They're just kind of hard to see. Yeah, see, look at the one at the end there as well. Oh, no, go back, go back, go back. Okay. Opposite side of the room. Let's turn off the light. I'll try and get over there without bothering any of the children. Oh god. Hello. Ah! Oh, I fucked it. Harry, can you aim? Jesus Christ. That's the great thing about Harry. You know, he's not he's not a cop. He's not some kind of super soldier. He's just an ordinary guy and he'll miss plenty of shots. Oh my god. Okay. How much ammo do I have? 84 rounds. We're good. We did a good bit of exploring. We found a lot of ammo. I don't think there's anything here, so we can just go out. Big, empty, caged room. Cards are scattered. There's a picture card. Take it. Let's take a look. A rectangular card with a picture of a key found on a desk in a classroom. Fluorescent pink rubber ball used by children. Oh, you asshole. Anything here worth grabbing? I'm just going. I love the sound here. Hey, Professor, did I thank you for the 16 months earlier? I'm not sure if I did. Thank you. Nice. Another health drink. Don't mind if I do. Am I going to do Silent Hill 2 after Silent Hill 1? I don't think so. I think I might do Silent Hill 3 or 4. And I'll leave Silent Hill 2 for Halloween night. I'm going to do Silent Hill 2 on the 31st. Actually, let me reload that again. Those bodies again. Nothing to find here. The walls here look nasty. Looks like skin. Ugh. Looks like torn skin. Let's save. Yeah, this is the infirmary again. Nasty. See a Pac-Man ghost somewhere there? Oh no! I didn't want you to reverse there, Harry. These kids are fucking me up. A wheelchair at an elementary school. Nice. Big, juicy heel. Lovely cages hanging from the ceiling. Beautiful. Some random body parts stuck inside. Look at the flesh hanging off it as well. Yeah, maybe there's a disabled child, Harry. Stop being so insensitive. But combined with all the other hospital equipment we've seen here, maybe just a little bit strange. That's probably what all these bottles are all over the ground as well that we're seeing in some of these rooms. Hospital drugs. Oh, hello. Go, 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 go. So now we're back in this room, and look what has happened here. The painting has come to life. Again, more bottles all over the ground. I love the design here, the way this couch is strewn up. Lifted off its legs by this bloody barbed wire. What is this? Great, some of the detail they've crammed into these rooms. This room is peak SH, pretty classical. Just classic Silent Hill imagery here, yeah. What? Is this a door? If it is, there's no keyhole or even a knob. If I push it, it moves a bit, but it certainly won't open. What's this? In the center of the door is a horizontal slot. What's it for? Well, we found ourselves a picture card earlier. with a key on it. Silent Hill 2 is the fan favorite, Payacon. Okay. There's a pretty cool little thing they do with this area as well. Notice now when we look down this hall, it's just your standard hallway. Nothing unusual about it. We can just walk straight down. However, if we go inside this room here, first let's see if there's anything to find. Doesn't look like it. Bathroom stalls are placed with cages. Blood all over the sink. And now when we come back, check this out. There's a wall here that wasn't here before. A barricade. Pretty sneaky. You know, it's very easy to just go straight into this room, come out, and just think what you're seeing here is perfectly normal. You know, it can take a while to even realize that the game is pulling this shit here. Now let's see what happens when we go back into the room that we just came from. Is it going to be the same as before? It is. Is the wall going to be in the same spot? No, the wall is gone. Well, let's go inside this room and see what's in here. Damn, your torso isn't looking so good there. A hanging body. Why would somebody... And what do we have here? A shotgun. Leonard Rhine. The monster lurks. The monster lurks. What's that supposed to mean? Pretty easy to miss this here. You might not think to examine the wall. Here, this bloody wall. It's not so obvious that there'd be something written on it. Leonard Rhine, the monster lurks. Let's see if we can relate that to anything we see later. Strung up here with the IV bags. Okay. But let's go through this door one more time. Come back out. Interesting, we hear enemies that weren't here before either. Our radio is going off. So now when the barricade is up in the hallway, what happens if we go into this room? It's a completely different room now. Hey, with some nice ammo drops. I'll take that. So, it's actually easy enough to completely miss that room with the shotgun. That's not a scripted thing that you have to do. So if you're not picking up on what's going on with this hallway here, which is very easy to do, it's pretty easy to just explore this version of the room. let's take a look at the map. So we're on the second floor. Bathrooms. Let's go through our teleportation room. First floor. That's what's happening. Pretty wild. And obviously, on the second floor, there's nothing we can do. It's pretty similar to what they do at the end of Silent Hill 2. When you're going through that final form of the hotel, and you're just looping from one side of the hotel to the other. I really love that section in Silent Hill 2 with the music and the visuals that play there. God, it's so oppressive. Draining. It's like an elevator, yeah. No, I'm just gonna leave this room. Silent Hill 2's soundtrack, it can be quite chill. It can also be not so chill. Can't use the phone.
Daddy, help me. Daddy, where are you?
Cheryl!
Oh god. That was Cheryl's voice, I know it. Where is she? Yeah, that was one of the moments on my first playthrough that just scared the shit out of me. I think it was because I was, like, very close to Cheryl's age. That probably factored in subconsciously. Playing this as, like, an 8 or 9-year-old. Yeah, it's the scenes with Cheryl that really are burned into my brain. This one, this phone call. I'm pretty sure I stopped playing the game after this scene. I remember I was playing it late at night as well. And I think after this scene I promptly saved and said fuck this, went to bed. I did end up finishing the whole game though, eventually. That scene in the shopping mall as well, where you see her face appear. Her agonized face up on the monitors. That was another one that stands out. Okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna head up towards the roof. Next, I think that's where I want to go. We want to return to the locker room where we got that scene with the cat. We're definitely going to make a stop there. But first, I think we're going to go to the roof. More wheelchairs. More bodies. These ceremonial robes that the bodies are wearing, these are supposed to be what Valtiel wears in Silent Hill 3, or that these robes are supposed to be like, or that these figures are supposed to be a representation of him in some way, or at least that the robes are like honoring him in some way. I forget exactly what, I know Ito commented on it before. I'll have to find that quote again. But yeah, the robes are supposed to be relating to Valtiel in 3. Who knows if he had that as an idea when they were creating this, though. Probably not. Probably evolved into that. Another seal. There's a hanging key. It's just out of reach. What do we have here? Nothing special. Is that more bloody barbed wire I see? Connected to this thing? It looks like it. Connecting over to these bodies here as well, yeah. Well, let's turn the valve, see what happens. It drains into the wrong hole. Maybe I could plug that up somehow. So, pretty easy solution here if you found the ball earlier. Stick the ball in the hole. Pop. Now we'll do the same thing. Now, let's check this out. The key went down the drain. So now we're going to have to go all the way down to the first floor and outside. Back to the courtyard to collect the key from the drain outside. But we won't do that straight away, I don't think. I found what Ito said about the ceremonial robes here. More in relation to Silent Hill 3, but, you know, 1 and 3 are directly connected. So yeah, these boys up here. These figures that we see, which we also see a lot in Silent Hill 3. This is what he has to say about it. In the school's other world, a number of body-shaped figures can be seen. If one looks closely, it becomes clear that there is something familiar about what the figure is wearing. What looks like a body bag is actually the ceremonial robe of the town's religion. This robe is modeled after the appearance of an angel from Silent Hill's traditions, namely Valtiel. Pretty interesting. I think he talks about Pyramid Head after that. Some connections between Valtiel and Pyramid Head. Alright. I always wondered what the deal was with them, if they were just like other representations of Valessa in her confined state, They crop up quite a bit in Silent Hill 3 again. You see one of them like locked in glass. It's an interesting depiction of one of them. You know, when you're at the amusement park late in the game, you see one of them almost like it's in a coffin of glass. Okay, now where am I going? Back down to the locker room, I think. Should be our next objective. Ooh, I can't pass through the hallway. Okay. Where am I? Oh, I'm in another classroom. Okay, that makes sense. Let's check out the music room again. Can we go back in? Ah, disappointing. Ah! Oh, look at that. The hanging bodies over there as well. Nothing inside this time. Well, they couldn't exactly pull the same trick twice, could they? A cat jumps out again. But maybe this is what happened to the cat in this version of the school. Is this the cat's blood? It kind of looks like you can see some chunks of flesh in there as well. So once again, nothing to find in the locker room. Okay. No, we do get something at last from this guy. This guy has a library reserve key for us. The body is slumped over. The key to the school's second floor library reserves, picked up in the locker room. Okay. I think we're probably going to want to go down to the courtyard and get our other key from the drainage ditch before we do anything. Hey, what's up, Mrs. Wex? Ah, fuck. Kick him. Can you be kicked? Are you dead? Oh, you needed another kick. I just wanted to have a closer look at this here. Yeah, more hanging bodies in there. Oh! When am I moving to Siren 2? I have no idea, man. I haven't even finished Siren 1. I would say after I finish 1, at the very least. I want that ammo, but there's 3 of them. Okay. Let's see. What am I doing? Yeah, let's go down. Get that key. Yeah, one day in the future, I'd love to get a good CRT. Play everything on original hardware. Shin with the 19 months. Thank you. Classroom key. So there we go. Now, which classroom key is it? We have to examine it. 2 northwest. So 2nd floor northwest. You would think. Wow, we've really made some markings on that map now. Okay, let's go back up to that 2nd floor. Hey, what's up, Rico? How much ammo do I have? 104 rounds. Oh, Harry, he's on a roll. Wow. I think he only had 1 missed shot there. Okay, there's our library reserve key. Ah, yes. More lore here that's very easy to miss. No useful books. And yeah, I think you can only read this book here if you previously read the note on that bathroom stall. Remember the one that said Leonard Rhine, the monster lurks? Actually, I'm not sure if this book even appears here unless you've read that previous note. I could be wrong, but I think that's how it works. It's definitely how it works with some later bits of lore, you know, where you have to have looked at something previously in order for something else to appear, or in order to read something else in another area. I think this is one of those things. The book is still there, you just can't read it. Nice one, Yoshio. Yeah, I thought it was one or the other. What's this? It is quite revealing, this as well. Yeah, let's take a look at it. The Monster Lurks is the book's title. So yeah, connects quite directly to what we read earlier. Chapter 3, Manifestation of Delusions. Poltergeists are among these. Negative emotions like fear, worry, or stress manifest into external energy with physical effects. Nightmares have in some cases been shown to trigger them. However, such phenomena do not appear to happen to just anyone. Although it's not clear why, adolescents, especially girls, are prone to such occurrences. So yeah, big piece of information here. What we are seeing in the world of this game. This explains it. We're seeing the negative emotions of a young girl projected into the physical world. That's why we're seeing all of this childlike imagery even outside the school, the stuff relating to the Wizard of Oz and fairy tales, and even why we're seeing all this hospital equipment in a school. It's because it all relates to this girl and the negative experiences that she went through. Worry or stress manifest into external energy with physical effects. Nightmares have in some cases been shown to trigger them. However, such phenomena do not appear to happen to just anyone, although it's not clear why adolescents, especially girls, are prone to such occurrences. And the name Leonard Rhine, I think most people just assume that Leonard Rhine is the author of the book. That's all that note says earlier on the bathroom stall. You know, Leonard Rhine, the monster lurks. And then here we learn that the monster lurks is the name of the book. So maybe, perhaps written by Leonard Rhine. Or these fleshy walls, so nasty. But yeah, pretty crazy that that's such an easy thing to miss. That note. And what do we have here? Another one. Hearing this, the hunter armed with bow and arrow said, "I will kill the lizard." But upon meeting his opponent, he held back, taunting, "Who's afraid of a reptile?" At this, the furious lizard hissed, "I'll swallow you up in a single bite." Then the huge creature attacked, jaws opened wide. This was what the man wanted. Calmly drawing his bow, he shot into the lizard's gaping mouth. Effortlessly, the arrow flew, piercing the defenseless maw, and the lizard fell down dead. This is from an old fairy tale. I remember reading it as a kid. So yeah, later on in the story, it becomes clearer that the central character of this game, Alessa, had a pretty bad time at school. This might not come as a surprise. We learn that she was hated and bullied by her classmates, and that's why we're seeing all these monsters in the way that we're seeing them. Because that's how she saw them. Earlier on, we had that scene in the bathroom where we just heard the crying of a girl. Probably relating to her own experience. Hey, there's our classroom key. Can I open this door as well? No. Offio, I have no desire for any remakes. Fuck it. Just go. Just go. Oh. Okay, I think we're approaching the boiler room again. Anything over here? More shells. Hey, and here we are. Remember when we were in the boiler room for the first time and I pointed out the valves that were set up there? Well, now we actually have to interact with them. This time we only have 2 of them. We have a barricade here blocking us from passing through. Let's see if I can remember how to do this. Hey, nice. And what did that fairy tale say again? Firing something into its gaping mouth. Let's see if we can get that mouth open. I love how you can see him drooling. Oh god. Okay, let's switch weapon. Take out the shotgun. Oh, Jesus. I'm gonna... Okay, I think that was a good shot. Come on. Nice. Oh, no, he got me. I thought I just evaded him. That was a pretty awkward angle I was moving at. Let's go again. Forgetting about my strafes. Here we go. Here we go again. Oh, I thought he was going to get me again. Okay, fuck it. I'm not strafing. I'm not confident enough. I'm just going to play it simple. Simple and safe. Beautiful. Whoa! Ah! I thought he had me there. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Do it! Do it!
Huh? What was that? Who in the hell was that?
Where am I? This is a boiler room? What's going on here? Yeah, I love the transitions when we shift back and forth like that. The cool little scene we get there with Alessa. And we're back in the normal boiling room again. Or boiler room, rather. And here, the K. Gordon key. Remember when we first arrived at the school and we read that list of school teachers and one of them was Gordon. And the reason he's so significant is because he was Alessa's school teacher here. We learn more about him in Silent Hill 3. That's why he comes back again, specifically because he relates to her life. The valve is tightly shut. Can't move it. Yeah, here's the valves again. Okay, let's switch weapon. I hear a church bell, maybe? Who's ringing the bell? Balkan Church. Pretty sure every door is locked now, just apart from the doors that lead us out of here. Of these dog posters. Yeah. I love this touch here as well. The fact that we have to unlock the doors. Like, really feels like we're in like a whole separate world. All the notes are gone here, all the notes relating to the puzzle that we had to solve. Feels like the first time we're seeing the school without any of Alessa's influence. Without anything being projected onto it. Just how it really is. List of teachers. K. Gordon. That's it. I'll note the address down on the map. Togon with the 35 months. Thank you. Can we go back in here and see if the picture is here? No. Unlock the door. Okay, we're back. We can finally breathe again. I always love these moments in between major areas where you can just wander around the streets for a bit. It's quite cathartic. And there is Gordon's house, marked on the map. Let's head back. I wonder, is the bus still here? It is, yeah. Any new goodies on the bus or anything? Let's check. Ooh. Still pretty spooky in here. Still pretty dark, even if it's not as dark as before. Hey, Linda. Okay, where am I going? Oh. So this is where we're supposed to go. The camera highlights it nicely. Let's not go there just yet. Although there doesn't seem to be much at the end of this hallway. At the end of this alleyway. Oh, you can see his name written on the... He has a nameplate on the wall. Not sure if I ever took note of that before. Can I read it? Yeah, K. Gordon. A smashed plate on the ground. Did something happen to Mr. Gordon? A little bit concerning. Another smash plate here. Siren is not finished. No, I'll be returning to that. I'm not sure when. I might be pretty busy with Silent Hill until the end of the month, but I might do another horror-filled month next month as well. Just because I didn't get to do too much this month. We might, we might do a few horror games next month. I think someone donated something. I haven't played Sanitarium, no. Okami with the £5. Thank you. Love your streams. Thank you very much. Cheers. Thanks for the generosity. Much appreciated, man. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Where am I? Outside Gordon's house. So now we make our way up to Balkan Church. I kind of want to take a look down here. Just for the hell of it. These wide streets. Hey, there's the Pepsi logo. Check out that incredibly stretched Pepsi logo. Some of these logos as well that they put in the game, like they didn't even really try and get around copyright for some of them. You know, it's like literally they just took the logo and put it in the game. But I guess you could get away with that kind of shit back in the day. I'm not sure if it says Pepsi. I don't think it says Pepsi. I think it says like Percy. If I was on NG Plus, we could look at it closer. A bit more closely. Another health drink. What's this place? Silver Goods. Sundry's shop. Market. Nothing over this way. I think the Shining reference is around here somewhere. Maybe I went past it. Hold up. No, I'm going back this way. You've missed a bit. We just went through the first major area. We just finished Midwich Elementary. We're on our way to the church, and then it'll be the hospital. Balkan Church.
Were you ringing that bell?
Uh-oh. My emulator crashed, I think. Oh shit, when was my last manual save? Oh no. Oh no. Hold on. Shit, hopefully that doesn't happen again. It's my first time using this emulator, so we'll see. At least we get to hear these glorious sounds again. God damn it, it's a fucking long owl trek up to that church as well. I'm using Duck Station, yeah. Did I have the widescreen hack on? I don't think so. I don't feel like I have any widescreen hack on. Let's just see where continue brings me. Oh, fuck. I think we're going to have to do a good bit of this again. Yeah. Oh, well, sorry, guys. I'll try and get back there quickly. We're pretty close to the end here, I think. Oh, actually, no, I think we have quite a bit to do. Oh, no, don't do this to me, game. Duck Station is a bit of a mess. Really, I heard it was all the rage. All I'm hearing is how great Duck Station is. But I guess it still has some issues. Wow, did I really not save manually after this point? Shouldn't take long to speed through this anyway, at least. Yeah, this room. Let's go back. Grab the ammo. Go through our teleporting room. Yeah, spooky guy in the stall. I'll have to turn the enhancements off at the church and the drawbridge. Those are the only ones I remember. Okay. Yeah, just let me know what I have to turn off. You know, I don't even know what I have turned on. But I'm sure it won't be that difficult. Just go into some menu and uncheck something, I guess. We're speeding. Grab the ammo. Look at the phone. I'm not even sure if I have to look at the phone to trigger the next scene. There we go. Ah, shit. Okay, quickly up to the roof. Plant the ball. Yeah, does anyone know what I have to turn off exactly for this to work? We can save state when we get there, so it shouldn't be too bad. Oh, they won't let me turn the valve until I look at the key. I guess that makes sense, you know? Why the fuck am I going to turn this valve for no reason? Now we have a reason. Turn that valve, Harry. You going to make me watch this cutscene? You can skip some scenes, it seems like. Some you can't. I think you can bypass it by changing the renderer in display settings. But you have to have enhancement hacks off, right? I don't have any, I don't have widescreen on, so... Guess we'll see what happens. Right. So now I am on the second floor. Yeah, let's just go down and get the key and we can get the stuff from the locker room. Up, 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 up. I definitely do have some stuff turned on. I remember asking Nico, one of my mods, what his setup was for Duck Station, because I knew he had a good setup, and I just copied his settings, and I can't remember what I changed, but yeah, we'll see if we can solve it. Okay. Where am I? Oh. Shoot the child, Harry, not the fucking roaches. Which room do I want to go to here? Locker room. Yeah. Give me the key. Feels wrong to speed through this game. Oh, fuck! I don't remember you. Ah! Oh, you bitch. Ah, fuck. Oh, Harry, you're missing a lot of shots here. I'm gonna die. Screw it. Where am I? Chemistry lab, library reserve at the end here. This is where we need to be. There we go. Beautiful. I can't believe I didn't manually save once. After all this. There we go. And now where am I going? Out here. Actually, do I remember there being ammo up here? Or some kind of health drink or something? Nope. Get off me. Oh shit. Nice. Okay, we're almost there, man. Let's just check this room. Not a bad speedrunning performance. Not bad for an amateur. Turn this one left twice, then the other one right once. Do I have to watch this every time? Oh god, I do. Hey, what's up, Cynic? We had an emulator crash earlier, so right now I'm just speedrunning back to where the game crashed. Bit of a pain in the ass. I have to finish off the school and kill the boss again and get back to where we were. Alright, let's do it. You're not doing your mouth opening thing? Oh. Fuck it. Still not? What? Damn, okay, he takes a lot of shots before he does it. Here we go. Okay, I thought I saw him begin that animation earlier. Come on. Round we go. One more. Oh, Jesus! Not again. I was sure that was going to be the last shot anyway. We'll get a continue here, at least. Why did the game not give me, Why did the game give me a continue in the infirmary? Oh, right, because that was... It brought me to my last save. It didn't bring me to my last checkpoint, of course. Come on, do your thing. No! I thought he was going to get me again. Let me just reload. Derpatar with the 10 months and the 5-month streak. Thank you. Okay, we're almost back. Nice. I didn't stop to read the notes, the list of teachers again. But I don't think I need to do that in order to unlock lore later on in the story or anything. Alright, so what will I do when I get back to where I was? Will I just try a different renderer? The only enhancement that I need to have turned off is widescreen, is that right? Of course, I'll save state. I'll try and manually save as well. Here we go. So yeah, I just didn't stop to save here. I guess I usually just don't save that often when I play the game. Usually I don't play it on an emulator. Okay, where am I? Handgun bullets back there. Fuck it, I'm just gonna leave them. I think we'll be okay. I think we're doing good with our ammo conservation. Okay, we're back. So, let's save state. And right, I'm not sure what to change. Let me just look at my enhancement settings. Yeah, I don't have widescreen. I don't have the widescreen hack enabled. The only thing that I have checked is disable interlacing. Force NTSC timings on PAL. Geometry correction checked. Texture correction checked. Culling correction checked. And that's it. So I guess I'll just try changing the renderer, and we'll see what happens. We might get like a slightly laggy scene if I do that. Remember, I was having issues with some of the other renderers. Let's test it. Disable all enhancements and switch to 16.9 to 4.3. We're already on 4.3 though, aren't we? I think it's the culling setting, if memory serves. Okay, let's just turn off all of these then.
Were you ringing that bell?
I've been expecting you.
Hey!
It was foretold by gyromancy.
Nice.
What are you talking about?
I knew you'd come. You want the girl, right?
The girl? You're talking about Cheryl.
I see everything.
You know something. Tell me.
Stay back. Nothing is to be gained from floundering about at random. You must follow the path. The path of the hermit concealed by Flauros.
What? What are you talking about?
Here, the Flauros, a cage of peace. It can break through the walls of darkness and counteract the wrath of the underworld. These will help you. Make haste to the hospital before it's too late.
Wait! Don't go yet.
Completely ignored. Poor Harry. All right, nice. So I guess I'll leave those settings turned off until we use the bridge. It seems like they need to be turned off for the bridge sequence as well. So, if you want to know what gyromancy is, I have the definition for it here. She says that it was foretold by gyromancy that Harry would come here. She's seen it. Gyromancy is a method of divination in which a person spins around inside or walks the circumference of a circle drawn on the ground, the perimeter of which is marked with the letters of an alphabet. The divination is inferred from the letter at the position where the person either stumbles or falls across the circle's edge. The person would repeat the practice till he evolved an intelligible sentence, or till death or madness intervened. The dizziness brought on by spinning or circling is intended to introduce randomness, or to facilitate an altered state of consciousness. The word is derived from medieval Latin gyromantia, which is derived from Greek gyros, circle, and mantia, which means oracle. So I guess she did this and it spelled out that Harry would be visiting. Or she could just be talking complete nonsense, because she should, she already came up with a plan to lure, Cheryl back here anyway. So Dahlia is a schemer and a trickster. She spends the whole game trying to trick us into thinking what we're doing is good, quelling the darkness, but we're actually just carrying out her plans to bring about her evil wishes. Let's take a look up here. Here we have the Flowros. Look at the way she places it here as well. Dahlia understands video game logic as well. She understands the logic of the game. She knows if she puts the Flowros on top of the key, we will not be able to take the key without taking the Flowros. In order to take the key, we must take the Flowros, because the two items are overlapping and there's no way to pick up the key without first picking up the Flowros. Very clever from Dahlia here. We are forced to pick this up. So Dahlia's daughter is Alessa, the girl whose nightmare is being projected all over the town. And this Flowros stops her in her tracks. If we can get to Alessa, we can destroy the shield, the barrier that she's created around herself, which allows Dahlia to oh, 1 second, guys. Sorry. My phone is going off. What was I saying? Yeah, the Flowros will allow Dahlia to imprison Alessa once again. And we'll take the key as well. What is the description of the Flowros? We take a look at it. Pyramid-shaped object found in the church. Purpose and use unknown. Let's heal up. Hey, what's up, Mastro? Yeah, it's a cool track that we get here in the church. Bible. Nice description of the Bible there. There's a health drink. Yeah, that's all we get for examining the Bible. Just Bible. I guess we'll save again. I think we have another save point here. I love that cinematic with Dahlia. You know, when we first enter the church and we get that gorgeous Takayoshi Sato FMV. Just her animation there is great. She's chewing. What is she chewing? Is she on drugs? We know the cult is involved with drug distribution and taking weird drugs. Maybe she's supposed to be high during these scenes. Maybe she's on something. It's kind of weird just the way she's chewing, and then she has that weird like neck scratch animation. Great character design. Must be on drugs. There's a picture on the wall. Nothing special. It's Jesus, Harry. Come on. Nothing special. There's a candle stand. Nothing special. There's a picture on the wall. Nothing special. He doesn't say the Bible is nothing special. All right. Bum, bum, bum. We cool? Yeah. Before we do anything else, yeah, I want to go up this street. There's something special here. Nothing special. Let me switch back to my handgun. Key to operate the drawbridge, found in the church. So Dahlia orders us to go to the hospital for some reason. John Bean. Hey, here it is. There's the red rum. Shining reference. I think that's a Jack Daniels poster beside it. Yeah, it is. Torn to shreds Jack Daniels poster. Tennessee whiskey. There's red rum. Now, in here, on new game, I don't think we can find anything here. Another save point. I don't mind if I do. Oh. So our next main objective is to go to the hospital, but this is one part of the game where we can take a detour and do other optional story-related things, which relate to the ending that you get. There's a lot of optional stuff to do in this game that affects whether you get the good ending or not. And you have to find the optional stuff if you want to get the good ending. Oh, you're gonna get me. Oh, nice. Ooh. Cool looking room. There's a rock drill. There's no gas. Can't use it. Yeah, only on NG+. Shopping district map. There's a keyhole on the control panel. The machinery is running. Do you want to press the switch? I'm not sure, Axiel. I've rarely used those weapons. So I'm not really sure how they compare. I think during my last playthrough I used one of them a bit. Okay, so if we take a look at the map, Alchemila Hospital is down there to the south, but over here we have the police station. And that is where we want to go next. If we want to get this good ending. And if we just want to learn more about the story and what's actually going on here. Because you learn a lot of crucial information by finding the optional stuff. Similar to what we found in the school as well. Some of the notes we found there. The Leonard Rhine book is quite illuminating. Winter Mute with the 5 months and the 5-month streak. Thank you. What do we have here? I had no idea you could go in here. First time I played this. Irish Templar with the 18 months. Thank you. I never played Silent Hill, but I remember watching my dad play in this game when I was 4 or 5-ish. Games like this were ahead of their time. Enjoying the streams as always. Cheers for the entertainment. Hey, thank you. I wonder how much you were able to watch without getting too scared at that age. Handgun bullets. Let's take a look over here. What do we have on the wall? There's something on it. Product only available in selected areas of Silent Hill. Raw material is White Claudia, a plant peculiar to the region. Now, this might make you think White Claudia is a plant that is rarely found in Silent Hill. But peculiar can also mean the opposite of what it tends to usually mean. Peculiar can also mean particular. Something specific to the region. Not something out of the ordinary. And I think that's what it actually means here. I think what they're trying to say is that White Claudia is actually particular to the region. Manufactured here. Dealer equals manufacturer. Okay. So there's some kind of drug trade happening in Silent Hill. What do we have here? There's a memo on the desk. Coroner Seals called. Officer Gucci is unlikely to be murdered. He apparently died naturally, but medical records show Officer Gucci had no prior symptoms of heart disease. So, with what we just read about the drug trade, this seems a bit sus. And that it might tie into that somehow. Anything else around here? Nothing helpful. Nothing else here. And I think that's it. Hey, what's up, Storm? So yeah, that's all we find here. But you might come here on a first playthrough, and if you do find this stuff, you might think, didn't really get too much from this. But little do you know, this information that you find drastically, it can drastically change how your playthrough turns out. So now we're just gonna head for Alchemila Hospital, I think. Hold on. Don't I remember there being an interesting shop here? Yes, here it is. Did you fall to the ground, or are you gone? Here's the shop. Just cats. I wish I was on NG Plus so I could look at it more closely. Oh, it has a nice little sign here as well. Let me change the settings on my emulator again. Okay. Does anyone know if there are any other crashes, or should we be good now with the enhanced settings?
Hold it! Stop! Don't shoot! Wait! I'm not here to fight. My name is
Classic
Harry Mason.
animation.
I'm in town on vacation.
Thank God, another human being.
Do you work here?
I'm Dr. Michael Kaufman. I work at this hospital.
So maybe you can tell me what's going on.
I really can't say. I was taking a nap in the staff room. When I woke up, it was like this. Everyone seems to have disappeared. And it's snowing out, this time of year. Something's gone seriously wrong. Did you see those monsters? Have you ever seen such aberrations? Ever even heard of such things? You and I both know creatures like that don't exist.
Yeah. Have you seen a little girl anywhere? I'm looking for my daughter. She's only 7, short, black hair.
She's missing. I'm sorry. But with all those monsters around, I highly doubt that she's... Sorry, I didn't mean to alarm you. Your wife, she's here with you?
She died 4 years ago. Now it's just me and my daughter.
I see. I'm sorry. Well, I'd better be going. I can't just sit around here doing nothing.
So long. Good luck out there.
All right. So we have our first meeting with Kaufman. Man, a few words. And he is the director of the hospital here. And if you keep that in mind, we can actually might be able to learn a bit more about him just by looking at the environment and maybe his office later on. A lot of the stuff in this game related to Kaufman is optional. To really understand his role in the story, you have to do a lot of snooping around. Let's take a look around here. There's a whiteboard, nothing special written here. Nothing unusual. Doesn't Kaufman, like, literally translate as businessman or something like that? I think I remember reading that way back. In German, yeah. There's a hospital map. I'll take it. Blackstand Marsh with the 40 months. Thank you. Merchant. Nalgea as well. Thank you for the Prime sub. I didn't thank you earlier for that. Thank you very much. Cheers. But yeah, we don't really get much from him in that scene. Like, what is there to take from that scene? He's Michael Kaufman. He works at this hospital. He seems to be as confused as we are about what's going on here. And he just kind of fucks off. And we get very little from him. In any scene we have with him, he really doesn't reveal much. We kind of have to put the pieces together ourselves when it comes to his character. What he's doing here. What do we have here? There's a newspaper. This article's been clipped out. Another unusual little detail here. What's this about? Again, that'll become more relevant later if we remember this. The slight shake of the camera. Hospital basement map. I'll take it. I like how we're just free to wander around these rooms. You know, no enemies or anything yet. We're just allowed to take in the surroundings. Everything's relatively normal. What do we have here? Basement key. Just stay here. We have a daughter to find, though. Now, another crucial item. If we want to get the good plus ending, it is crucial that we pick up this bottle here. I think I got the worst possible ending when I played this game as a kid. Pretty sure I got the bad plus ending. Where Harry just wakes up. Or no, not wakes up. Where you see Harry dead in the final cutscene. In the bad plus ending, once you beat the last boss, you get an FMV cutscene of Harry lying dead in his car at the start of the game, as if the whole experience was a dream. You know how we go back and see Harry's crashed car at the start of the game? It's just him sitting in his car, dead. That's the bad plus ending. I forget what the bad ending is. What's the bad ending again? Oh, here we are. So now, this room is... This is Kaufman's office. Kaufman? The director's office. He's the director. The shelves are all messed up. Who did this? So his office here has been completely trashed. And there is something on the ground. What is this? A glass vial lies shattered. It's not just broken, it looks smashed on purpose. Did Kaufman smash this? Or was it someone else? And with our plastic bottle, we can scoop up some of this. Why does Harry decide to scoop some of this up in his bottle? I don't know, intuition. Now, what have we here? Red liquid found in a broken vial in the hospital director's room. Books are scattered around the desk. Nothing else special here. I'm going to stick with Kaufman from now on. There's a vending machine. It doesn't work. Okay. Can I go down to the basement? I can. Oh! Is there anything I can look at here, game? There is. Just love the sounds. The in-house generator powers elevators, ICUs, and operating rooms only. Do you want to press the switch? Yes. Okay, that sounds normal. Oh, I love this shot inside the elevator. Just the way it's lit, the angle of it, the marble floor. Okay, well, we've already been on the first floor. Let's check out the second floor. Nothing. Wasting my time. Okay, third floor. Well, now what? Nothing on the second floor, nothing on the third floor. Back to the first floor, I guess. Except... what's this? A magical fourth floor appears. So this is something which is a lot creepier if you're Japanese. Because in Japan, there's a superstition surrounding fourth floors in buildings. And with the number in general, because in Japanese, the number sounds close to the word for death. And I remember way back, there was even... I remember reading articles about the PlayStation 4. And you know, there were talks that maybe they weren't going to call the PlayStation 4 the PlayStation 4 due to this same superstition. But yeah, it has a bit more relevance to the Japanese, this little trick here. So now let's go to our 4th floor. Across East Asia in general, yeah? Yeah, I'm not sure how common it is anymore. But apparently it was pretty common for buildings to not have a 4th floor. Or, you know, for the 4th floor to be named something differently. That it would just skip straight to the 5th floor or something like that. No 4th, 14th as well. Yeah, like anything with 4. Some buildings still don't have 13 because of the superstition in the West. I've never come across that. Something tells me this 4 thing was probably a bit more common. More common than you think? Oh yeah, I'm not saying that it's not a thing. Just I don't think I've ever come across it. So now when we get to the 4th floor, the hospital has shifted. Doesn't look the same anymore. I love this detail, the door getting locked behind us. We try and go back, it's locked. That strange little cutscene we get as well when we come up to the 4th floor. We get... It might be hard to, like, make sense of what we see there. You know, we see that girl walk through some area. That's Alessa again. But where she's walking there is actually the place that we go to when we're done with this area. The antique shop. That's what we're seeing there. We're seeing her walk into the antique shop. On a first playthrough, when you get to the antique shop, you're probably not going to remember that little scene and what it looked like, but yeah, that's where she was. I think believing in ghosts is a lot more common there, so there's a more general sensitivity to death-related symbols. Yeah, Storm, I would say that ties into it. Let me go back. The door again. So thankfully, the hospital is not as much of a pain as the school in terms of the enemies. She seems pretty chill. I'm just gonna leave her there. Ooh, cool camera angle. Plate of turtle. I'll take it. I knew that was coming. Birdcage. It's empty. This is one thing I really like about the hospital here as well. There are several things that we find that we actually can't solve, you know? You might think this is relating to some kind of puzzle that we'll have to find some kind of key and come back here. But that's not the case. We never get to solve this during this hospital sequence. But we do when we come back here at the very end of the game, when the hospital takes another form. But during this sequence, this is actually, we can't do anything with it. I always really loved how the final part of this game brought that stuff back. Or just how it shows you a puzzle that you can't solve until much later. Same with this as well. VCR, it's old but usable. Although in this case we can find the tape and play it. We just can't really make it out until we come back at the end of the game. Let's save, just in case. Cool camera angle there, very cinematic. Weird patterns on the wall here. What is going on? They look like mushrooms almost. Yeah, they really look like mushrooms. Again, this is another thing. It seems like it's everything on this floor. Huh, I'm not sure if I ever really thought of that before. I wonder, is it only the stuff on this floor that we can't solve yet? A steel plate is screwed to the wall. I love Silent Hill 4. I'm looking forward to playing that again as well soon. You doing okay there? Want to come up? You can do it. You're struggling a bit. Oh shit, now you're moving. Hey, you didn't have much health. I might do Silent Hill 3 next. We'll see, but you know, we'll definitely be getting round to 4 as well. What do we have here? And a blood pack. I'll take it. Another plate. Plate of cat. Let's take a look at the descriptions of these plates. Square blue plate with a picture of a mock turtle. Square yellow plate with a picture of a Cheshire cat. Alice in Wonderland. Doing PT? Yeah, I might. I probably will. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. So cool how the interior of the elevator changes. The marble floor becomes blood red. So cool. Right, so I am on the 3rd floor. Let's check out the 2nd floor. Oh, yeah, of course. I'm gonna have to go up and down the stairs. Although, the 1st floor should let me through its door. And I think the 1st floor should also give me a few free health drinks. Yeah. Classic. That parasite in his back wobbling around. Ooh, are we back in the director's room? We are. Plate of Queen. Take it. Jesus Christ. I wasn't ready for that one. Nothing unusual. I don't think there's any reason for me to take this guy out, but... let's do it anyway. Health drink. Nothing. Snake, thank you for gifting a sub to Linda. Did I miss anyone else? Black Stan Marsh? I don't think so. I think I'm up to date. Sherv, I don't remember thanking you earlier for your 27 months. Thank you. Working through my first hard playthrough of this game. Doing miserably. I love it. Nice one, Sherv. Cheers. Oh. Kick him. It's locked. A sound is heard from beyond the door. Okay, interesting. Let's check out the office. Okay. I guess we'll pass through the double doors in the hallway and check out the bathroom. Okay, second floor. And here we get a lighter. A lot of rooms to check here. If we get too close to this thing. Oh, nasty. It won't attack us, though. We're safe. If we get a little bit closer, I think he'll deal a little bit of damage. Yeah. So this thing is slurping on some blood here. If we... Ooh, Jesus. My health is low. Maybe it dealt a lot of damage. Well, it just so happens we found a blood pack. 200 milliliter blood pack found in the hospital storage room. So nasty. Now we can slip by and grab the last plate. Grab it, Harry. Thank you. Plate of Hatter. That Alice in Wonderland theme. Square green plate with a picture of a Mad Hatter. It's locked. There are 4 square indentations on the door. And it just so happens we found our 4th and final plate. This is where we use them. And it looks like the door already has some plates locked in. Let's take a look. What is this? Clouds flowing over a hill. Sky on a sunny day. Tangerines that are bitter. lucky four-leaf clover, violets in the garden, dandelions along a path, unavoidable sleeping time, liquid flowing from a slashed wrist. So, obviously, each line here relates to a color. We already have 4 colors slotted in here. There's that orange is surely the tangerine, right? So let's start from the tangerine. Well, actually, no, hold on. Clouds flowing over a hill is probably that white one at the very top, right? Then sky on a sunny day, which would be blue. We have the blue plate, I think. So blue right next to the sky. Yeah, and then the tangerine is the one after that on the right-hand side. Then the next one is what we have to slot in. Lucky four-leaf clover, we have a green one. Violets in the garden. The purple is at the very bottom. Dandelions along a path. Unavoidable sleeping time is the gray one that's there. And red, finally, obviously, liquid flowing from a slashed wrist. So let's take a look at this again. Yeah, the clouds at the top. So next one is the blue sky next to that. Then tangerines that are bitter. Then lucky four-leaf clover. And then the violet, whatever that one was again. And then after that, dandelions. And then after that, liquid flowing from a slashed wrist. Nice. There we go. Hey, what's up, Alexander? I didn't check out the 2 bathrooms. Let's go back. Yeah, pretty handy puzzle. Nothing too crazy. Nothing. Hey, Moldy Toblerone with the 57 months. Thank you. I probably could have just unlocked the door here. Yeah. Yep. Oh my god. Okay, you're not getting stunned out of that. Am I excited for the new Silent Hill games? Not really. I'm kind of intrigued to see Silent Hill F. Whatever that is. It seems like that might be an interesting new direction to take the series in. I don't really have any interest in remakes. You know, I have no desire for any, like, remakes of the classics. But I'm intrigued to see what Silent Hill F is. And maybe whatever that Townfall thing is. I'm not really sure what that is. But yeah, I'm more interested in the new projects rather than the remakes. Or remake. Maybe I'll play the SH2 maybe I'll play the SH2 remake. The only motivation I really have for playing it is just for the sake of the stream. You know, it might be fun for you guys to watch me go through it. But, like, personally, I don't really have any desire for it. That goes for, like, the other outsourced Silent Hill games as well, like Homecoming, Downpour, Origins, Shattered Memories. I haven't played any of those games. Just because they never really looked that interesting to me. But I might still play them just for the sake of the stream. And maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised by some of them. You know, I hear Shattered Memories has some interesting things going on. But, yeah, like, I always loved these games growing up. But I remember even as a teenager, when I saw Silent Hill Homecoming on a game shelf, on a store shelf, it just, I don't know, it just didn't look right. And ever since, I just haven't really liked the look of all these new Silent Hill games that have come out since the original Japanese games. And like, I watched other people play them on Twitch. You know, like I watched Nub and Enigma and a few others play them on Twitch, and that just kind of reinforced that feeling that, no, I just don't really like how these games look. But yeah, I mean, maybe I'll give them a try one of these days. And I guess it would be good for my channel if I played some of these new ones coming out. Yeah, we'll see. Ooh, another really cool shot here. Stretcher set up like some kind of altar here at the back of the room. Basement storeroom key. Let's take it. I haven't played a single Bloober game. The other day I was watching a few reviews and critiques of their stuff on YouTube, and yeah, it kind of made it seem like they're really not the best people to be in charge of a Silent Hill remake, but I guess we'll see what happens. What do we have here? Disinfecting alcohol. Right, where am I going next? Should have given it to Acid Wizard. Oh man, those guys are great. But I'd say they'd be too small of a studio to even be on the radar. Okay, I think we have everything we need to get into the super secret basement. Let's go to the basement. Ah, Jesus. Nope, get off me. Oh, I'm gonna get locked in the corner here. Get off me! Get off me! Thankfully, they're not dealing any damage when I do this. Oh, that's dealing damage. Give me the health drink! Just give me the health drink and let me leave. Thank you. Thank you. Right, where am I going? There we go. Ooh. The way the music shifted as soon as I used the key, I think that was a coincidence. I don't think the key triggers that shift. That was just a happy accident. This is the NTSC version of the game. I'll take that. Hold on 1 second, guys. Grab some shells. What do we have here? Nothing inside. You can see quite clearly this scratch on the ground. There are skid marks from the cabinet being moved. Let's see if we can move it out of the way. Oh dear, Storm. Why are you getting ads? Don't give ads to subs. Twitch, what are you doing? What do we have here? Looks like a hallway under the grates. Can't move it since the vines have grown around it. So here we're gonna douse the vines. Slap that disinfecting alcohol all over it. Set it on fire. I love the shift in visuals here. Whoa, I don't remember the camera panning back like that. These walls, just how stripped down everything feels here. Fuck off. Fuck off. Can I go through here? Leave me alone.
What's this? Looks like someone's been here.
Alessa. Alessa. And an examination room key. Let's take it. Pretty fucked up that they had a picture of her beside her here. You know, just thinking of their motivation for putting the picture there. You know, Dahlia deliberately inflicting such pain and suffering on her daughter, but still choosing to have a picture of her there beside her. Remember how you used to look when you weren't all burned and injured and handicapped and covered in bandages? Remember those good old days? Pretty fucked up, Dahlia. Assuming it was Dahlia who put the picture down here. Maybe she put the picture there to torture her even more. I don't know. Reminder of her former self when she wasn't a burned, horrible mess. This is how you looked when your face was intact. Something really disturbing about this as well. Like, what is this? You know, they just the fact that they decided to decorate the place. Like this picture up here on the wall. It's kind of hard to make out what this picture even is, but it's just, you know, disturbing. A bed. What's it doing here? Who would? Torture chambers need a homely ambience. It seems like it. God, the state of this place. Something about the color down here, which just feels, I don't know. I guess it's like just like the desolate sort of feeling down here. Go. Oh, another really sick camera angle. What a cool shot with the lights. Fuck you. And here we get our videotape. Oh, this one is open as well. Okay, I'll just leave you to it. What? Jesus Christ. Get off me. I would say games have a pretty good track record in terms of remakes being received well, much more so than in film. There have been a lot of remakes that have been received well, that have done well, like critically, financially, and in terms of fan reception. Okay. I need to get back up to the examination room. Ah, I'm right beside the examination room. Let's go back up to the 3rd floor and play that videotape. Oh, am I on the wrong floor? Video 302. So, if we try and play the video now, as you just saw, you can't really make much out. But don't worry, we'll be coming back to this location at the very end of the game, and then we'll be able to see it and hear it clearly. And we'll also be able to interact with that bird cage and that other plate on the wall. Oh wait, actually, let me go back in there and save. I think there is a save point in there. Just in case we get some crash. Yeah, I really don't vibe with Blue Point's remakes. I always feel like I'm playing a weird replicant of a game. It kind of looks human, kind of feels human, but makes me feel a bit icky. Like there's something not right. That's how Blue Point's remakes feel to me, like they're trying to have it both ways. Like they're really staying true to the original game on one end. But then they'll change certain things and they just feel weird to me. Like the way they like copy the gameplay exactly. You know, at least I think they did that with a lot of Demon Souls and Shadow of the Colossus, you know, where everything felt and played exactly the same. You'd fight a Demon Souls NPC and he'd be janky in the exact same way. The jank of the enemy would be the exact same as the original version. You know, it seems like they took a lot of the code and they reused a lot of the code from the original games. And I guess I just prefer when remakes try to like stand on their own more as their own separate entity. And I can never really feel that way about Blue Point's games. They're in some kind of in-between state where they can look really different, but they're the same in like a really uncanny way that just is kind of off-putting to me. I'm a big fan of the RE1 remake and the RE2 remake. Like the shot-for-shot remake of Psycho. I don't think I've seen that, but yeah, you know, I prefer when a remake tries to do more of its own thing. I really enjoyed playing the Shadow of the Colossus remake for the most part, but yeah. I think my favorite thing about the Shadow of the Colossus remake was the sound design. It had some really great sound design that I don't think was a part of the original game. Like when you were climbing up a colossi and you could hear like its bones crunching or its body crunching and just the weight of it. I remember it had some really, really cool sounds. Munzies with the tier 1 sub. Thank you. Cheers, man. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Much appreciated. Where the Shadow of the Colossus remake really disappointed was in the main character's design, and especially his gradual degradation over the course of the game. You can barely see it in the remake. You know, in the original Shadow of the Colossus, your character gets darker and darker as he kills more and more colossi, and you can see like the life gradually drain from him, and his skin becomes all black, and his you can see it all around his neck. It almost looks like the blood is draining from his skin, and you can barely see it in the remake. And just his face in general, he kind of has a 1,000-yard stare in the remake. He kind of looks like a blank doll. He's much more expressive in the original game. Very blank and placid, yeah. But yeah, that whole effect of his life draining from his body, or his body darkening, because it really ties in with the whole light and dark motif in the game, and the darkness, the dark tendrils that stab you after each colossi death. And having that gradual change is important. So it's a real shame that they didn't really capture that much at all. Okay, I think we're going back down to this examination room. Oh, hey, I'm right across from it. Nice. Ever play Eco? Yeah.
Finally, someone else who's okay.
Who are you?
My name's Lisa Garland. What's yours?
Harry Mason.
Harry, tell me what's happening here. Where is everybody? I must have gotten knocked out. When I came to, everyone was gone. It's awful.
So you don't know anything either. Great. I just don't get it. It's like this is all some kind of bad dream.
Yeah, a living nightmare.
Let me ask you, have you seen a little girl around here? Short, black hair, 7 years old?
A 7-year-old girl. What, she's your daughter?
Yes.
A 7-year-old girl. I can't say that I have. I was unconscious all this time. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Do you know anything about all that weird stuff in the basement?
No? Why? Is there something down there?
You don't know? Don't you work here?
We're under strict orders never to enter the basement storeroom. So I really don't know. What did you say was down there?
Well, it's... Damn! My head.
What's wrong? Harry? Harry, let me help you. Harry?
Was I dreaming?
You were too late.
It's you.
Yes, Dahlia Gillespie.
Tell me everything you know. What's going on?
Darkness. The town is being devoured by darkness. Strength must overcome petty desire, childish sleep talk. I knew this day would come.
What are you talking about? I don't understand a word of this.
Believe the evidence of your eyes. The other church in this town, that is your destination. This is beyond my abilities. Only you can stop it now. Have you not seen the crest marked on the ground all over town?
So that's what I saw in the schoolyard. What does it mean?
It is the mark of Samael. Don't let it be completed.
Hey, wait!
And off she goes again. When Harry has more questions. So, like I was saying before, the crest, the evil-looking crest that appears on the ground in the school is actually a force of good. Dahlia wants us to stop Alessa from planting the crest. But really, we should be letting Alessa plant that crest as much as she wants. Because she's just trying to prevent their god from being birthed by doing so. What did she plant here? Strength must overcome petty desire. Childish sleep talk. I guess the childish sleep talk is also alluding to Alessa's state. You know, that her physical body is locked away, but she's created this projection of herself that's out in the world, planting these seals. I guess the description of the world being born from her, triggered by nightmares as well, could relate to that. That sleep talk. Let's see. Where am I? Yeah, so we're still in the examination room. It's interesting. Our next interaction with Lisa as well will be similar in that we talk to her and then we wake up suddenly as if it was in some other reality or in some kind of dream. The next one is especially weird because it has like a hazy filter over the screen and really echoed dialogue. The interactions with Lisa are quite strange. Lisa wakes up. She doesn't know what's going on. We'll talk more about her later on. Let's take a look at the key that we got from Dahlia. Antique shop key. The tagged key with a shop name on it that Dahlia left at the hospital. Green Lion. And if we look at the map... if the game lets me go out to the town map from here, maybe it doesn't. Yeah, I like Lisa's voice. Yeah, I don't think we'll be finishing this today in one sitting. Because it's getting late enough now. It's 12:30 here, midnight. But we might play for just a little bit longer. Game? We cool? Alright, we're cool. Let's take a look at the map. Where is the green antique shop? Oh, I don't remember the... In the PAL version, I don't think they mark the antique shop. Or maybe it doesn't get marked until you examine the key. I don't think it gets marked at all on the PAL version. I always remember having to... Or, when I do these playthroughs, having to, like, go up and manually show where it is with its small text. The PAL version, the European version of the game, which is the version that I usually play. I'm playing the American version at the moment. Okay, I think we're here. Green Lion. Let's take a look inside. There's a clock. Nothing special. None of this stuff is of any use. There's a trace on the floor that somebody moved the cabinet. Do you want to push the cabinet? Sure.
What's this?
Harry!
Sybil?
I'm glad you're okay. I shouldn't have left you. Things are worse than I thought. It's nuts.
What are you doing here? I thought you left town.
I saw you go in here, so I followed you. I couldn't get out. All the roads out of town are blocked. Cars have completely stopped running. The phones and radios are still out too.
What about my daughter? Did you see her?
I did see a girl.
Was it Cheryl?
I only caught a glimpse of her through the fog. I went after her, but she vanished. I don't know about your daughter, but...
And you just let her go? Where was it?
On Bachman Road. She was heading towards the lake. Now don't get excited. It wasn't like she ran off exactly. There was no place for her to go. The road has been obliterated.
What? So then Cheryl...
It was like she was walking on thin air. What about you? Anything?
Yeah, I met this bizarre woman. Her name's Dahlia Gillespie. Do you know her?
Dahlia Gillespie? No. And?
She said something about the town being devoured by darkness. Gibberish like that. Any idea what it means?
Darkness devouring the town. Must be on drugs. They sell them to the tourists. The Force still can't figure out who's behind it. None of our leads have panned out, and the investigation is stalled.
What could drug trafficking have to do with all this?
I really don't know. But maybe that's the darkness she was talking about. That's all I can think of. What's this?
Just discovered it. Maybe there's something back there.
Let's have a look.
Wait. We don't know what's back there. I'd better check it out first.
I'm a cop. I should go.
No, I'm going.
You're a woman, and I'm a man.
All right. I'll cover you from here. Be careful. If anything looks fishy, get back here on the double.
Okay. Sybil,
Yeah?
do you know anything about... well, like some other world? It's like some kind of bad dream.
What are you talking about?
I'm not quite sure. I try to make sense of it, but then my mind goes blank. Everything's dark there, and I hear sirens in the distance. I met this nurse, Lisa. It's like I was there, but not really. It's all a blur, like some kind of hallucination, you know?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Harry.
Oh. I was just wondering. Never mind.
Harry. You're tired.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, let's check it out. Must be on drugs.
What's this? Some kind of altar. Never seen anything like this before. Maybe this is the other church.
Some kind of powder is left in the chalice. There's an axe. I'll take it.
What the?
Harry? Are you okay? Harry?
This is what you get, Sybil, for
Harry.
letting him go first. You shouldn't have. Now he's tripping balls again. Look at him.
Where
Out of
am
his
I?
mind.
Harry,
Lisa? Then I'm in the hospital?
you were having a bad dream.
Was I? Hey, you don't look too good. Are you okay?
I'm fine. Nothing you need to worry about.
Well, if you're sure. Lisa, do you know a woman named Dahlia Gillespie?
Oh yeah, that crazy Gillespie lady. She's kind of famous around here. She never sees anybody, so I don't know that much about her. But I heard her kid died in a fire, and supposedly she's been crazy ever since.
Well, she says the town is being devoured by the darkness. Do you have any idea what she's talking about?
The town devoured by the darkness. Yes, I think I do. Before this place was turned into a resort, the townspeople here were on the quiet side. Everybody followed some kind of queer religion. Weird occult stuff, black magic, that kind of thing. As young people moved away, the people figured they'd been summoned by the gods. Evidently, things like that used to happen around here all the time. Before the resort, there really wasn't anything else out here. Everyone was so flipped out, you gotta blame it on something. Then a lot of new people came in and everybody clammed up about it.
A cult?
Last time I heard anything about it was, gosh, years ago. When several people connected with developing the town died in accidents. People said it was a curse. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm rambling. I'll shut up.
Now keep going. I want to learn more.
Was that another dream?
Harry,
Pass
man.
out again?
Put down the bong. I don't want to think so, but maybe this is all going on in my head. I could have had a car accident and now I'm lying unconscious in a hospital bed. I don't know what's real anymore. Sybil said Cheryl was heading towards the lake, but the road to the lake is blocked. Aren't there any other roads? Lisa would probably know. All right, we're back. We're still in the antique shop. Interesting if it was that fire that triggered his hallucination. It's a really unique scene, that, with the kind of glazed over filter and the very echoed dialogue. If we check our thing here, yeah, we're back in the antique shop. Okay, let's save. Okay, I think this is probably a good place to leave it for tonight. I could go for a bit longer, but that way we won't have like a nice big chunk to do tomorrow. I think if we leave it here now, we'll have a nice big chunk of the game left tomorrow. I almost regret not stopping at the end of the hospital. But yeah, I think this is a good place to stop. And then we'll finish this off tomorrow. And then maybe after I finish this off, I'll do something else. Maybe I don't think I'll start another Silent Hill in the same stream, but maybe I'll continue my Siren playthrough or something like that after we finish off Silent Hill 1. And then maybe the day after tomorrow we'll do Silent Hill 3. Or maybe even 4. We'll see. Yeah, guys, thanks for watching. Thanks for being here. Hope you enjoyed our first Silent Hill session. Many more to come. And yeah, till next time, everyone. Take it easy. I'll see you soon. I'm going to host up DRK. I think he's doing MGS1 over on Outer Heaven. Cheers, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.